level, try and get a low level. Just have the mic on, testing my mic sound. Normal speaking voice. Hope everything is good. Let's crank it up just a little bit and see how that sounds. Just a touch. And how's this looking? That's interesting. Oh, that's not it. That's okay, that's normal. Okay. So, okay, temporarily there. And maybe if there's something I should still do. Audio should be fine. And I'm going to cut this. Let's go back to weight. Okay, there we go. A. I haven't actually advertised this yet. In other words, I haven't actually put the link out. So I'm unofficially starting. And yeah, so give me a couple of seconds to get everything going here. And it'll be fine just leaving it on the uh, webcam. So give me a quick second. Let's go ahead and mute my audio. And let's go ahead and copy this. Let's make my Reddit, or Reddit, not Reddit. In fact, I'm not sure where on Reddit I can actually stream this because I can't do it in like game dev or anything like that. I don't think. They take it down, so I have to find a place to be able to put my YouTube channel and my streaming on Reddit. Uh, okay, so what am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. Let's go ahead and post to no Redot engine. Also share with followers. There we go. Okay. It's that time again. Oh. There's one thing I forgot to do. Hold on a second. Card. Just a moment. Copy. Okay, post to Redot engine. Share with followers. Okay. Not that I have much followers, and most of the followers I have are people just wanting to get followers or whatever they do, where they just they like a post or something, and they don't even have any posts of their own on the Twitters or the X's as they're called now. So now let's go ahead and recopy this. You probably don't see that right now, which is just fine. Okay. No dev stream, but again, more story. So today I'm actually going to do some more story stuff and less actual game stuff. I might decide to actually go into Redot today and add maybe another, like a location, a few pages based on what I've wrote already. I'm gonna have to go back through my notes, and I don't know. There's kind of a bunch of stuff because I have to rejigger some stuff a little bit, and I already have stuff written down. So really, all I'm trying to do is um, kind of put everything together, sort of. But get more story. Okay, let's just post that, I think. Okay. Post. Okay, so it should also end up on my profile, right? Right. Redot engine. Okay. So there. Alrighty. Let me. I keep forgetting you guys aren't seeing any of this. You're just seeing me look at my screen and talk about nothing. Okay, so your community. This thing I kind of joined called your streaming community, um, which was meant to, I guess, help people with their streaming or their YouTube stuff. But so far, there's not that many people that are posting there anymore. Number 16. So, uh, paste. Okay, good. Ah, we got a limit, don't we? Click. Oh, whoa. Just a sec. Oh, what the what? Point and click without the K. That's okay. I don't know how many people actually. Boy, I'm gonna have to fix that next time. I've been saying point and click without the K at the end for a while. Okay, fine. Post. Uh, um, know anything about application. Give me another moment here and I'll start proper. Um, okay, let me boot up, start up Discord. Boot up, let me boot up Discord. 2 seconds. Okay. Streaming again today. And copy. Okay, and So big. Okay. Just a second. There are like several new like posts in on the Discords that I'm subscribed to. And freebies. I need to check something out real quick. Big store. Hold on a sec. Click the image most related to the object in the sample image. Flower. Kind of weird captcha. Okay. Click, hold, and drag one of the elements on the right to complete the pairs. I guess I should have done this not while on screen. I should have left the please wait. So I'm asking anybody that's watching to please wait. Not that many are, but just in case. And what do I want? What do I want? Authenticator. Oh, come on. Continue. Stupid authenticator, two-factor authentication crap. Amazon login. Interesting. So Heroic Games has an Amazon login. Huh. Okay, let's go to stores. Prime Gaming. I didn't know Prime had a game here. Okay, give me just a quick sec. Hot Wheels Unleashed. Yet. Yet. Huh. Okay, well, whatever. So apparently I can't get games through Heroic Games Launcher now. And that's okay because I shouldn't be going for stupid games anyways. Um, since I am not using Windows or I haven't used Windows in a while, I'm using Linux, and so I'm using the Heroku launcher to access my Epic Games games. For some reason, it's not going to let me do that. So, anyways, what was I doing in Discord? I was going to go and let's go to Redot, and let's go to general or Redot discussion. I guess let's just put it in general here. Uh, Streaming some game dev. Mostly concerned with story today, so maybe not much Redot development. Okay, so now let's go back into IRC and game dev stream. Today it's concerning more story. Okay. And let's just copy that there. And let's go over here, paste it here, and do kind of wish there was an easier way to like to go at all the different things, but IRC is a separate deal than say your regular social medias like your X's and your Facebooks and stuff. I don't have a Facebook account, so I don't need that. But stuff like Reddit, because I'm on Reddit, and so it's like these different places to actually post this to. Okay, most people in Redot don't really care. At least not in the general dilly, and I'm not doing Redot discussion because it's just general game dev that will occasionally use. I mean, I'm using Redot to actually do the programming part of it, but I'm not always programming. So, okay. What are we doing today? All right, so welcome back to my stream. And today I am doing. Why am I logged? I just logged in. What are you talking about? Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so last time was on Monday, and I took the 3 days off for the Christmas vacation, and we still got New Year's, but that is let's see, it's the date. That is not until Wednesday, or well, Tuesday. Tuesday is December 31st. So I have a few days. Tomorrow is normally an editing day, which I'm trying to edit my game dev streams into. Pardon me. Edit my game dev streams within Blender's video sequence editor, or essentially Blender's editor. And so I'm doing that Wednesdays and Saturdays. But today I just basically I I did a little story work on Monday, and then skipped in the 3 days, and now today is Friday. I'll be doing my second. It'd be my second day for before an update. So, and then tomorrow I'll be back to editing. But anyways, what we were doing last time was, let's go all the way down here. Let's first I need to do that, and let me know if you can hear me okay and I'm not out of sync and stuff. I mean, I can go and check by looking. I have to put on my headphones and then check and go into OBS and check to make sure the webcam is working fine, but I think everything's working fine now. And so without further ado, let's go. Actually, I'm gonna have to go back up to the top here in a second, but just to show you where we were, I was going to write a narrative here. And so what I did is I started that, and this actually looks kind of long, even though it's not meant to be that long. Portal opened. And then I actually have a conversation between John and Hubert. So John is a guy from our world. Um, Really, he's our point of view character, and you could almost say he's our main character. Although Hubert and John are going to be kind of sharing game time, so they'll be they're both kind of the main characters, you might say. And Princess Karen is kind of a main character too, although the first half of the game she spends being locked up essentially in one of the schools, and I think through the course of the game there, she's going to be able to get into one or two of the other schools in order to get information, and so she'll have a lot of information by the time she's rescued. But okay, so basically what I had was so Hubert needs some outside help because he's got almost no one he can trust. Now he can trust he's got an old friend that he can trust that he's gonna be using, he's gonna be talking to, but for this other stuff, to be able to operate freely in the kingdom without much question, he needs to bring somebody from the outside. And of course, the idea, even though I didn't write it down, the idea is John is going to be kind of posing as a tourist, and he's going to poke his nose around and to try to figure out what's going on. And so I was thinking the other day that I was going over the plot points, right? Your inciting incident is basically everything closes down, things close up, the king acts weird, and all this stuff, and people start disappearing. The dragons start becoming reverting back to. I should say they're evil. They're not friendly unless they're under enchantment, which presumably I don't know. Yeah, so they're not normally evil. It's normally they're all part of Enchanted Lands, and they're essentially employees or what what does Disney call theirs? Cast members. So they're cast members, you might say. But now they're under evil enchantment, and they're actually, you know, raiding villages, and the night school is actually being used to actually train people to use weapons, like to train an army. And so we have to figure all this stuff. We have to learn all this information. We have to figure out, how come it was closed down? Why is the king acting weird? Why are there tourists and citizens alike disappearing, and all this stuff. And so so the first half of the game is trying to figure out what's going on. You know, a little like I guess like detective work kind of thing, where you're basically you're finding clues, you're figuring out the story, and eventually you'll be solving puzzles in this early choose your own adventure phase. You won't be solving puzzles, but okay, so the first half of it, and then the second half is once we finally figure out what the deal is, the whole story. We have to figure out how to. They have to figure out how to stop Max and his army and his armies, and stop him from starting up the machine that will allow him to conquer any realm that he can open a portal to. and I don't even really have. I kind of have in one of the story areas. I do kind of have the thing about the machine. In this one case, it was just that um, it was about the enslaving people in the mines and all that. But part of the reason is because he wants to conquer the realms, and so I still want this idea about this big machine that he's building that will allow him to open giant portals or multiple portals into different realms, so he can conquer them. Okay, so that's where we're at here, and we're right at the point of where we're sending John over to night school. Now, I was thinking of okay, so I kind of I have at one point I have the thing where the first plot point basically is bringing John in and that's like a plot point. And I was thinking that's not really a plot point. Um, so somehow you have to get from investigating what's going on to finding out that the princess has been kidnapped and she has a lot of the information, so she finds out a lot of the information. Um, so, anyways, what I was going to do is I was going to see if I can kind of like run through this earlier part here, and as I am kind of having trouble with my story and stuff because I haven't thought everything through, um, I figured this is part of the process. This is kind of what I wanted to do. This is kind of the thing that I wanted to know when I'm watching the Double Fine Adventure documentary. The one the um, Double Fine's Tim Schafer's what became Broken Age, the Kickstarter adventure game, and I watched the that little behind the scenes, and it didn't tell you a squat because he all he did was he went into his room, his office, and he would write stuff, and then he'd come out occasionally and say some stuff to some people. And then towards the end, they showed a couple of story meetings, and they only showed like a little bit because I guess presumably there's spoilers, and they didn't want spoilers to get out. I guess, and that's why I was kind of annoyed because I already purchased it, and I would have already have played the game first before watching the documentary stuff. And even if I didn't do that, even if I watched the documentary stuff first, it's because I was interested. So any spoilers wouldn't be a problem because I would have chosen to do that. So and then I was thinking, yeah, that's why I want to be super transparent. I want to show everything right from the beginning. But then, of course, I can't really do that because I started this in 2005. I've thought of the characters over and over again and the stories and whatever. But at the same time, I did leave spots open in between the plot points because it's just like an outline or whatever, where I would put the actual puzzles. The actual gameplay would be in between these plot points. So, but now what I'm having to do is I'm having to go back through my old notes and then I'm trying to rediscover things and I'm trying to figure out how to put this into a narrative so that I can read it like a little bit closer to a book because the choose your own adventure phase is not going to have inventory. It's not going to have puzzles per se. It's just going to have choices to make. And I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to have any dead ends or deaths or anything like that because this is just the first pass of the original and the end game. I'm going to try to make sure that I don't have any dead ends. I don't know if any of you have ever played the old Sierra Online games from, I'd say from the late 80s, early 90s, because that's when I started playing them. I played a few things on the Commodore 64. Like I had Mickey's Space Adventure, and that really wasn't an adventure game per se. It kind of was, but not really. And so I didn't really play any of those games until we got King's Quest 4, and that's when we got our 286, which is right in. Well, actually, we might have bought it before we had the 286 because my dad had bought it 10E 10E 1000 HX, um, after I'd burned out our Commodore 64 and for a while, and he had it in his room, and we might have had one or two games then. We might have had King's Quest then. I'm not sure. But it's King's Quest 4 and Space Quest 3, and what was I getting at? Oh, the old Sierra games. They had lots of ways to die. First, it was kind of the feature of theirs was especially Space Quest. Space Quest had a bunch of like funny different deaths. It was just usually just like a pop up message that said you really made a splash this time, and it showed uh, Roger's bite like all broken and bloody and stuff. And old EGA 16 color graphics, blocky 16 color graphics, and those are funny. But a lot of the times you could die even in King's Quest, even in their serious stuff, and you die a lot. And sometimes you run into a situation where you needed an item later, but you couldn't go back to get it. And so that was really frustrating. So you'd have to make sure you map everything. You have to make sure you save often, like often. And even when you save often and you mess up, you have to go back through your save games, and you have to make sure that you have a close enough save game, so you don't have to replay a ton of stuff. Anyway, it's really annoying. And so later on, when LucasArts were making their adventure games, part of their design philosophy was not to allow you to get into a dead end or to have like a pointless death or whatever. And so when I'm thinking of this, even in this choose your own adventure phase, I might do that. I might do the thing where you can loop back. So and so that there's only one actual ending that you get to eventually, as long as you choose the right path, and you can keep playing it as long as you can choose all the paths. And I might make it to where you can always return to the previous room, like so it acts as a loop that ways. In which case, it just I mean, it might make it a little bit easier or whatever as part of the thing of a choose your own adventure book is multiple endings. Sometimes they're good endings, sometimes they're bad endings, sometimes they're like neutral endings, and you always want to get to the good ending. But in this case, it's not going to have a lot of endings. It's just going to have one ending, and I'm going to make sure that you don't get stuck anywhere. Anyways, I'm kind of digressing here, but so what I want to do is I want to have this narrative. It's almost like a walkthrough where all the choices will be made, and then I can build my game off of that. But so I have this main story outline. Okay, this is my main story outline here. Let's see. I'll read this off. In fact, I haven't read this off. You didn't see me type it in any of these videos because I had already put these notes in it earlier. Okay, so we'll start with this main story outline. So this inciting incident is the thing that sets everything off. The king starts doing odd things like closing down the trade. You know all this stuff if you've been watching or listening. You're gonna see it. You're gonna hear it. It says the king starts doing odd things like closing down the training schools. Here, actually, let me do something real quick too. I want to start recording because what are we at? 12:49. So I'll stop recording about 30 minutes in. I'm gonna record in chunks, even though I'm thinking of like doing like a time lapse. I'm gonna like speed everything up, and then I'm gonna narrate over it for my actual video updates because I think it'll mean I'll get done faster. Anyways, let's get to this. Okay, so the main story outline, right? The king starts doing odd things like closing down the training schools, the Knights Academy, which is now going to be called Night School, but I'll just go ahead and leave that as it is. Fairy God College, Wizard U, and Princess Prep have got their closed for refurbishment signs up. This is a kind of an interesting kind of sticking point. When I used to go to Disneyland or Disney World, before they got all woke and stuff, and I don't go there anymore ever. But before, for a while, they'd always have the refurbishment signs up, and it almost seemed like they were doing it on purpose because they wanted people to go a certain way or whatever. So it always seemed like whenever we went to the parks, there was always something up for refurbishment that was closed, and they have that ugly, those dividers up. Um, and when I was a kid, at least in Disneyland, I didn't used to see those very much. Maybe because maybe their refurbishment schedule were different. Maybe they did everything at night and made sure that everything was up and running during the day, but then at night they would go and and work on certain rides and stuff. But as it got into the 90s and then into the later 90s, it just started, and into the 2000s, they would have clothes refurbishment like all the time, and it got to be kind of ugly looking and stuff. So I've decided that most of these closed up things are gonna have their closed for refurbishment signs up, just like that, dividers and things like that. This will also help in guiding the player, just kind of like what they actually do, but guiding the player around to where certain parts, I don't have to make art for or make story for a certain part of the land if it's closed up. So it could just be closed for a while, and uh, wouldn't ever go into that area, even though the area is supposed to be there. Okay. So you possibly could have a comment or joke about how the Disney parks have always got refurbishment going on when half the time their attractions are closed. Now, no, this was in 2005 that I wrote this, so they've been doing that for quite a while. And primarily went to Disneyland because I was on the West Coast. So I wasn't here on the East Coast until 2014. So for 10 years now. And they kind of do the same thing over here until we stopped going all together. The dwarves have stopped letting anyone come in and watch them work, and that was one of the things you could do. You could come in. They might allow you to mine for gems and be able to carry stuff home as souvenirs and that sort of thing. King has allowed Enchanted Holdings to buy out Enchanted Enterprises, and I haven't really locked down the names just yet. But this is my early version of the names here. The only hotel open is the Grand Enchanted Landian, except for the single hotel on the outskirts called the Baton Belfry Motel, run by a misunderstood vampire. A previous Spanish madman is rumored to have returned. Now, um, the Grand Enchanted Landian was supposed to be open, but I don't think in my current iteration it's going to be open. It's going to be the headquarters of Max. Because at the moment, I installs a Puppet King, basically, and everything's run from the administration castle. But I think the point is that at first he doesn't have access to the castle, and so he sets up base in the hotel. Anyways, that doesn't really matter that much, but this is what I wrote down in my original story outline. Okay, so the basically inciting incidents, house closed down, basically, right? So evil wizard Maximilian spells return from being banished under the guise of the CEO of Enchanted Holdings, Maximilians. He reopens Knights Academy, not Night School, to trail it says trail, but I meant train, and I can actually just change that because this is just a document that I created a few months ago based on my actual handwritten notes. Okay. Reopens night school to train real soldiers with real weapons. Fairy God College to convert fairy godmothers in training into evil witches and assigns Violet Moonshadow, a witch and his partner in crime, to do so. Finally gets number one henchman Barty, the gnome, to kidnap Princess Karen, who's I'll leave that. I'm gonna actually try to leave most of this as is. Princess Karen, who's visiting from her own realm to speak at Princess Prep. Dragons now seemingly under magic enchantment plague small villages. Max also starts his experiments again, which got him banished in the first place, which involved tourists and the magical metal Quicksilver, which is what Enchanted Land seems to run on. Okay. So, the thing is, I guess this would work, when you're thinking of plot points, first of all, in a movie, um, you you get to see what the bad guy does, right? And in this case, you're not really getting to see what the bad guy does, and so that's why I probably rewrote the main plot outline. But this is actually the plot point, and this is something that our guys have to figure out. So I really actually need to rejigger the first plot point here, because our heroes don't know this yet. Only the bad guys know it, and only maybe the player, as long as it watches the little cutscene, only he knows about this. So my first plot point was the inciting incident was the things happening causing this like big mystery, and then the plot point one was actually you learning the mystery. And I'm not sure if that's strong enough or that's correct. Anyways, uh, okay, so the midpoint is Princess Karen discovers Max's secret plans. Max intends on taking over the realms connected to the Nexus by raising a magical army, by either infusing tourists with Quicksilver or getting the princess to tell him the secret on how non-magicals can be imbued with magical abilities. Max had set up a puppet king and sentenced the real king to the same punishment Max had received. The dwarves end up being held hostage by the evil gnomes. The adventurers manage to rescue the princess, and she tells them of Max's plans. She didn't manage to get entrances to the mine, however. Max recruits an army of werewolves. Okay, so my original dealie, they're the werewolves, and something happened to one of them. His name is Kurt Wolf, and he got bit by a wolf. But instead of being this kind of uh, what would you call it? This kind of fearsome like beast that goes and hunts people and eats them or whatever. uh, he's actually a complete coward. So it actually works completely opposite on him. So he's the most cowardly when he is in his wolf form. When he's in human form, he's normal. Okay, so set up the puppet king, sentence real king the same punishment Max had received. And actually, I'm also rethinking that. Instead of there's two things I could do. One is I can hold off on telling you what happened to the real king, which would leave me open to a sequel. The second is that he gets trapped in the suit of armor, the Black Knight suit of armor. So in reality, he's the one that's hunting unicorns, even though he doesn't know it. Okay, so the dwarves end up being okay. So all right. So this is telling us, but then I mean I guess that's I'm not really sure how plot points work in the fact that does your main character, does he get involved with the first plot point, or is it just a story point? I don't know. I'm having to think a little bit about what to do. It's like I almost need to rewrite this part again, and it sounds like I'm just going to be doing lots of rewriting and not getting anywhere. So I'm gonna have to figure out something quick, I think. Okay, so plot point two: the adventurers manage to free the fairy godmothers in training and find a way to get to the knights to fight for them. Then rolling the oversized door shows them secret entrance to the mines. They also find a way to remove the dragon's enchantments. John Thomas, who is from our world, who had managed to rescue the princess, goes into the mines to free the dwarves and the tourists who are being experimented on. However, he himself gets caught and enslaved. The rest also get caught. When all hope seems lost, Kurt the cowardly werewolf manages to convince the army of werewolves to help him and help the adventurers. Now, this early deal, he has him actually converting most of the werewolves, and then later rewrite, or I don't know if it was a later rewrite because my second rewrite didn't even have the character in there. But I think the idea was that he only convinces some of them to help him. Um, and so Yeah, I'm not really sure how that's supposed to work out. It's a lot of threads, a lot of it's like a like loose like a shoelace, like you're trying to lace something up, and so you have all these different things you have to do. And okay, so the climax adventures overcome the gnomes to help the werewolves, and I don't remember doing that, but this is my early notes here. And the dwarves have managed to escape while leaving the zombie-like magic army made up of tourists. Their only hope is to get in the administration building, disrupt things enough that the good army led by Sir William the Unicorn can overcome the villain's army, which consists of magical tourists, bad werewolves that Kurt can convince to know, the evil witches and wizards. Major battle ensues as John faces off against Max, and when he overcomes the Max, the good guys win the battle, and John turns him over to the wizard halfway. And actually, they're going to call him halfway instead of his name at first too. So Max is sentenced to life as a training dummy for the night school. John and Karen are married and elected king and queen. I'm not sure about this. It sounds kind of fishy because there's no king, there's no monarchy where the king and queen's elected. But whatever, it's a fantasy and I can do what I want, so maybe I'll still do it. Okay, the puppet king is sent into an asylum. Vacation tours are restarted. The schools and hotels are reopened, and Channel is back in the black, leaving only one mystery to be solved: where is the real king? And so my original idea was to banish the king, and that would kind of open you up to like a sequel, maybe if I ever got that far. Let's see, one of my ideas have the players play through the villains, even though the villains ultimately don't win. Not sure if it will be noted later in the notes, but these main game plot points would probably be full cutscenes, possibly pre-animated. The individual character plot points would probably be through in-game animated sequences and/or conversations that don't really take you out of the game. Then you will play the parts that link one plot point to the next. Okay, so now we go through our okay bad guys. See, Crooktooth was a dragon, um, and his meanness actually comes from his bad tooth, which someone ultimately fixes. I don't know, maybe Karen does or something. I don't know. Maybe Herbie the elf from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer that wanted to be a dentist. Maybe he's a dentist and he comes in and helps Crooktooth the dragon. Who knows? Black Knight, okay, and Zanzibar the Great, and Red Riding Hood. Yeah, not good like in the fairy tales. And my deal is kind of like a twist. Red Riding Hood, and actually, I'm still thinking of her name. I'm gonna change her name, but seduces werewolves and then captures them to be used to match it, Max's army. She's unable to catch Kurt because he's so scared and manages to elude her. So his fear actually helps him out, helps him get overlooked or whatever. Um, okay, and so now we got all the other notes, and okay, the profiles and all this stuff. Okay, all right. So here we are back to this. So what is John going to find out, and what can he find out? Because in one of the deals, Hubert actually goes over to figure stuff out. He goes to question people, but he's not able to get very far. He's not able to get any answers from people over at the night school. Um, so I have this gap. So this gap is in between where John is sent to look over and gather some info, and the princess, she learns some stuff, and she is kidnapped, and she is um, in the uh, in the hotel, in the wine cellar, and then she escapes, and then she finds her way into the couple of the other schools, and then she gets caught again and sent back to the hotel. So I have a certain sort of a gap in here that I have to figure out something for John to do. What is John supposed to do here? That's what I got to come up with, and I'm not really sure what I want to do or what to do. Um, so yeah, so that's where we are now. Plot point one and plot point two, and they're usually a kind of a turning point. And usually our hero finds something out. Uh, let's do something here. I know this has to do with screenplays, and I know use movie terminology and stuff, but let's go look up what's supposed to happen during the first plot point in a novel or movie. Just get some general ideas here. Maybe something story structure, the first plot point. We'll see what the AI says. Now, the AI bases its daily off of search results, although it's not 100%, accurate all the time, but it still will give a good idea. What's supposed to happen? Forces the character away from the status quo. The first plot point marks a significant turning point in the story, disrupting the character's ordinary life and propelling them into a new direction. Introduces a key decision or action. The protagonist makes a conscious choice or takes an action in response to the exciting incident, which sets the story's main conflict in motion. Moves the protagonist into a new world or situation. First plot point often marks a transition from the ordinary world to the new world or a change situation, as described in the hero's journey structure. Establishes the stakes. Consequences of the protagonist's decision or action become clear, raising the stakes and creating tension for the character and the reader. Sets the story's central conflicts. The first plot point typically introduces the main obstacle or challenge that the protagonist must overcome, which drives the rest of the story. Okay, so I kind of got that in my some of my story stuff, right? Okay, so the inciting incident is the thing that sets everything into motion, right? So what that would be like, right? Everything closed down, right? And things aren't going good, and people are disappearing, and there's all kinds of bad stuff happening, or strange and mysterious stuff happening. Um, and if you're looking at your main character, which John is supposed to be the main character, Hubert isn't. Although Hubert's the first character you interact with. Actually, that's kind of okay because the first character you interact with in say or that you don't interact you that you watch on in say Star Wars, the original 1977, right? Um, is Darth Vader and Princess Leia. Um, Princess Leia goes and puts the Death Star plans into R2D2 and C3PO. You're introduced to them, and Darth Vader comes on board and then kidnaps the princess. And it sounds an awful lot like my story a little bit, I think. But okay, so the kind of the status quo is that this guy's life is kind of boring. He works part time at the library for his mother. Um, he doesn't have many friends. He's always in his books and writing and stuff. And then so first forcing the character away from the status quo, right? So and um, propelling them into a new direction, right? Moves the protagonist into a new world or situation. Okay, so John is basically our protagonist, but so his new situation is actually going into Enchanted. So basically, when he opens that portal and he steps through, he's making this decision. And the portal closes behind him. It doesn't mean like later he can't get back to his world, because that's not what this is about. But things are shaking up, and since it's a lot like fantasy, like the stories he reads or attempts to write, um, it intrigues him. So it kind of pushes him into this new direction. establishes the stakes. Now, we kind of established some of the stakes. That I don't really get the establishing the stakes and raising the stakes exactly, because at this point nobody knows what's going on really. You get in the inciting incident, you kind of get that established, and maybe when Hubert brings John into Enchanted Lands, um, maybe you can say that it shows, sets the story's central conflict. That's what this does here, right? Main obstacle or challenge. So in a sense, I almost need them to find out about Max and his plans in the first plot point. In a way, um, now it might be the mid turning point because they actually fully uncover the mystery, and I guess the idea is going from plot point one to plot point two is uncovering the mystery and then figuring stuff out. So that's kind of what I'm already doing, and I guess that's correct, right? Here, let's see something here. Let's read a couple of pages here real quick. Last story went over the second story milestone, the inciting incident. As a reminder, is an event that upsets the balance of your protagonist's life and gives rise to their objects of desire and foreshadows the story's climax. Your protagonist might have refused the call to adventure delivered during the inciting incident, or they might be still in shock. See, and this is not going to be a. It's going to follow this, but at the same time, um, you kind of almost don't have a main character. You do, but you don't. In other words, I don't have one protagonist. I have several protagonists. And really, the main protagonists are Hubert, John, and Karen. They're three kind of the protagonists, basically. Um, Actually, let's click on inciting incident. Let's see if it says, huh. One of the first story milestone, the hook. As a reminder, the hook is your first opportunity to catch your reader's attention and draw them into your story. But once you've hooked them, how do you keep their interest and convince them to keep turning the pages? You need to set up your protagonist's ordinary world and get the reader to connect and empathize with your protagonist. Okay. And actually, this is kind of interesting too. Um, some kind of event that occurs and upsets the balance of your protagonist's life. Okay, I mean, I kind of get that, I guess. It's a bridge between the first act and the second act of your novel. Okay. It'll be the same for a screenplay, the first and second act of the screenplay. For protagonists is the moment where everything changes yet again, but this time things get personal. If they previously refused the call to adventure during the inciting incident, this is the moment they finally accept the call. Well, in my case, it the inciting incident does not happen to our protagonist. It doesn't happen to John. It happens to Hubert. So I mean, I guess I don't have to follow this like perfectly, anyways, because this is going to be a game. It's not going to be a movie. I'm still structuring the story though, and I'm still telling a story. I'm not. This isn't a thing where like an open world thing or like a thing that has multiple endings where you write your own story. I mean, you do that really in like RPGs and stuff. Not that you can't in an adventure game, but adventure game typically is somewhat linear. And I know they always talk about non-linearity and stuff, and I agree as far as you play in the game, there should be some non-linearity so you don't actually get stuck. You don't want the player to get stuck. You want them to be able to switch to something else if they do get stuck, and then hopefully the other stuff that they do contributes to them to getting unstuck, or at least the very least helps them to get a new perspective so that they can solve the thing that's getting them stuck. Crossing the threshold on the hero's journey or break into two and save the cat, but today's poster referring to as the first plot point. The bridge, something happens allows for us to commit wholeheartedly to the journey ahead. Now, of course, this is still what we have here. Okay, so let's go The Last Starfighter, if you've ever watched that. Um, so, um, how did that start out? That starts out completely on Earth, doesn't it? And Alex Rogan is just, kind of leading a boring life in a trailer park, and the only entertainment they really have is the arcade machine um, that he manages to win, and then Centauri comes to pick him up because really it's supposed to train him to fight in Gunstar against Zur and the Code Animata, right? So, so he's brought to Rylos, and he sees all this weird stuff, and he just wants nothing better but to go home. And that's your kind of your typical. They don't want to go on an adventure; they want to stay in their deal, and that's kind of what happens. And then he comes back, and he finds out that these guys are actually there to kill him, and that he'd have more of a fighting chance if he was in a Gunstar, and plus he gets to save the galaxy if he does that. So I mean, I kind of get that when he commits. So that this would actually be the first plot point. Okay, so let's do something else. Let's first plot point. Let's see. Linchpin in narrative architecture. Pivotal moment thrusts the protagonist into a new and irrevocable direction. Now, this is something that does happen in my story. My story, the inciting incident, doesn't happen. It happens more like in Star Wars, where the problem happens and then they get thrust in. Because if you remember, right, Princess Leia has put the Death Star plans into R2. R2 and C-3PO leave the planet. They go to Tatooine, and then they get bought by Luke. And Luke is, of course, um, on the he's on the planet. He's a farm boy, and then his kind of average life gets it's kind of boring and stuff until his parents get killed after the Imperial the stormtroopers basically trace the sale of the robots to the sale of the droids. Sorry, to Owen and Brew. Was Lars? Lars was their last name. Owen Lars. Can't remember my stuff now. Okay, so um, and then that sets him on a course that he can't go back. So there's got to be this point that your character cannot go back from. And I guess if you want to look at Lord of the Rings, if you're looking at the whole thing as a story, that that point becomes the Council of Rivendell. It's the point where he makes the decision to go and carry the ring to Mount Doom, and now he kind of can't go back because all of Middle Earth is basically depending on him. Sort of. It's not exactly like a 1-to-1 on it, anyways. Okay, so let's do one more here because I'm not really trying to read here. Acting as both the end of Act 1 and the doorway into Act 2. If you ever heard the term cross from the threshold in reference to another story structure of the hero's journey, you'll quickly see how much overlap it has with the first plot point. Simple terms, first plot point is a pivotal moment where your protagonist begins their journey through an important decision they make. This could be the decision to set on an adventure, to sacrifice themselves for someone they love, to run away, or to speak up against their family. Whatever their decision may be after the scene, they officially cross the point of no return by deciding to engage with the plot. Okay, so I guess if I wanted to look at it right, he doesn't really make that choice. I mean, he bites into the candy bar, or I mean, he does. He could make the decision to step through the portal or not step through the portal, and um, I don't know if that's if you're playing a game. It's an adventure game. Do you want to worry about that? I mean, is that a thing that you stick to when writing the story for an adventure game? Maybe not, right? I mean, you certainly can for sure. It's just for one thing, I'm not doing multiple endings, and I mean, I could do multiple endings, but maybe I'll decide that later. But there's not multiple endings to this thing, so it's not like he could decide whether or not to go through or not, sort of. If he decides not to go through it, if I actually gave you the choice, the player the choice to not go in there, um, I mean, what would I do? Just end the game, and I'm not going to do that. Or I could have it um, the game not really get going until you decide to step through the portal, where you don't have to step through the portal. Um, but in order for to make that work, I'd have to actually have stuff for him to do in our world, or it'd be like sort of like a getting ready thing, right? So you go through that and say, I don't know if I want to go through that, and something there might be something to make him want to go through the portal. In which case it closes behind him, so now you can't go back. And so if I do that, that's solid story structure, but I don't know if there would be any interesting thing to play when you do that. So I'm not sure. Do I figure out something that he does before he actually goes through the portal? Something he has to gather, either some information he's got to gather, or some object or something that he needs. Now the one thing that okay, so originally the one thing that I was going to do was before you could open the portal, you have to do these things. You have to go in, you have to check out a certain book, you have to somehow you get the ticket, and in fact I think I have that in my notes somewhere here too. So I might be able to figure that out here real quick. Um, so let's go here. Setting incident. Okay, blah blah blah. John Thomas. Uh, to the library, buying his favorite Benny Monkey chocolate bar, gets silver ticket, and set to magic world where this adventure begins. Okay, so if you want it more like a classic story, um, like I said, I was gonna have you play a lot of this opening stuff. In fact, there was the one point where I think I might have even already read it, but where he actually talks to the screen and tells you how to do stuff. In fact, you have I had an idea of him having a journal that fills up with his adventure, sort of like what you say when Bilbo and then Frodo takes this book and writes down their adventures. And this was going to be kind of like the save game system where um, he would write in the journal what happened to him, and that's where you would save it at as part of the system. So let's see, John Thomas. I used to read books, wanted to become a writer. Eventually, I would too. Work in the library. About 21 fateful days. Steps to get found silver ticket, stuffing ticket in my pocket. I bit bar. I can only describe them. Okay. So so there is nothing here that requires him to make any kind of a choice here. I'm not talking about the player. I'm just talking about the character in the story. Um, so let's go down here. And I know I'm not actually getting something done. I'm just explaining stuff. Part of this deal to help me form this in my head is explaining it. This is how the idea gets molded and how I get, how it gets going in my head. So let's go down through the profiles. We got the races. Okay, we got okay. So this is I think something I read last time, but John Thomas game walkthrough possibly incomplete and subject to change. John is in his home and speaks to the spring before embarking on the adventure. You should probably learn the system. He then proceeds to instruct the player on the usage of the interface. He finally says a few closing. Here on out, you're the boss. Okay, let's see how well you do. The player is then allowed to roam around. Okay, so I'm still actually following this, and John is still the protagonist of the story, and Hubert and Princess Karen are still secondary characters. But when you start playing the game, you're gonna start as Hubert, and so the thing that gets from inciting incident to John being in the lands is going to be um, that it's going to be what you play, and you're going to have to figure out a way to get John into Enchanted Lands without using your magic, or by using your magic creatively, because he only has half of his magic, and so sometimes it may manifest itself differently, and it might give me some ideas on um, how you can play it. First item he needs to get is a book that talks about Enchanted Lands. Okay, the book may be located in the various places in the library. He may wander around outside a few streets, his house, his store. He needs to find his library card too, which may be different in different areas of his home. Take the book out of the library. He needs a library card. He must read the book and take it with him if he wants to get the candy bar. Candy bar can be in the store or in his house. It must be unwrapped to get the silver ticket. Bite it open to open the portal, not eaten. We find a boy search for. Okay, that's just a joke thing. This came up, but there might be child opening candy bars. Okay, it's something that I edited in there. In fact, let's just put a little markers because I just did this a couple of days ago. Did he unwrap the bar? Doesn't eat it. John will talk too much and not allow any control until he eats the bar. Up there, I said he bites it, but doesn't eat it. Here, he eats it. The eating of it should probably have no bearing on the actual portal opening. When he reads the book, it tells him of the past of Enchanted Lands, and then it ends with empty pages. It starts to fill out with his adventure. The book is where the save games go via autosave. John steps through the portal or wanders until he does. Okay. Now, so that's the whole kind of opening thing with John. And I don't know why he would need uh, why he's got to read the book and take it with him if he wants to get the candy bar. Maybe, maybe well, if I'm going to do the joke about the golden tickets and this boy like opening all the candy bars, then I can't have him already have it. I was going to say he could already have the the ticket in his belongings, or maybe it's in the book and it falls out. So then Hubert doesn't have a way of bringing him in. It's just that John finds the book and he discovers his way into Enchanted Lands that ways. And I don't really want that because I want the thing is that Hubert brings John in. So I have to do it in a different way than that. Um, let's think for a second. Okay, so where am I at? What page am I at? I'm on page 14, so I'm gonna go back up to page 14 after I get back down here. So, okay, let's see. Hebert arrived trying to come up with Meg and John. After visiting, he spotted what this is the perfect candidate. So he noticed that John was always shot by a local mini-mart, picked up his favorite candy bar. So that evening, he decided to open a portal to John's realm. The story ahead of him, but not before going through his house to pick up a few items, checking out the spellbook on the table in the foyer, and going into the hat room. Pulling out a few different hats, he arranged them on his head, cast a sleeping spell on the manager, and then put the manager in the little office back closed door. The problem with that is he's only half of his magic. That means the spell will only partly work in theory. It means that a 30-minute sleep spell might only work for 15 minutes before having to recast. So then Hebert waited for John. Only John didn't come when the time was expected. He had to recast the spell several times. So part of that is Hebert. Okay, part of that's not John. The player doesn't know how long it will take. Also, could have Hebert conjure up a star out of thin air, but maybe only part of it exists. Okay. John finally did come to the store, buy his wonky bar, and left and opened it as he was walking away. He then returned to Enchanted Lands. When John opened the candy bar, he noticed a silver ticket which read, "This tells the bearer one big fine print entrance in the sunny next to the world's visit the only real life Magic Kingdom Enchanted Lands Magical Resort." After flipping the ticket over, it said, "Please say the words aloud." Okay. Let's think. Okay, I'm not doing inventory yet, but is there anything that John needs to bring with him into Enchanted Lands other than the ticket to get him there? He's gonna have his journal, okay? Especially if I'm gonna do the save system, so he needs his journal. Okay, so all of that is just fine. I was still just thinking of the thing about him deciding to go through the portal. Now, um, yeah, I'm not sure because you're playing something, so maybe he doesn't have everything he needs to open the portal, right? Hmm, maybe I don't need to have him make a decision. I mean, that doesn't really matter anyways, sometimes, right? Sometimes somebody gets kidnapped and they have to make do with their situation, right? I was watching Die Hard last night, or as I like to call it, Home Alone 3: Lost in Nakatomi Plaza. In fact, I have a theory that John McClane is really Kevin McAllister from Home Alone, all grown up, and he decides to go become a cop because of what happened to him when he was a kid. So, so when you decide to watch Die Hard as a Christmas movie, Die Hard 2 is also set during Christmas, the next Christmas, just like the Home Alone and Home Alone 2 are a Christmas apart, supposedly. So, if you think about the Home Alone quadrilogy, it's Home Alone, it's Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, Home Alone 3, Lost in Nakatomi Plaza, Home Alone 4, Die Harder. Anyways, but okay, so I was watching it, and um, there's a moment where John McClane in the beginning decides whether or not he's going to um, first, it's just he's just going to the office party. I guess he's invited to the office Christmas party, and I guess his kind of moment of decision is um, whether or not see whether or not he's just going to end up going to a hotel. There's that there's that point where the limo driver now I can't think of his name, Argyle, where he says that you know he'll stay in the garage while John McClane goes and asks about staying at his home with his wife. Uh, but if he strikes out, he can call Argyle, and then Argyle will help him pick a hotel. So Um, so he's kind of deciding whether or not uh, he's gonna stay at the Christmas party, stay with her, or like go to a hotel. And so I guess that's the only point at which he is actually making the decision. So they don't always have to make the decision. The decision sometimes is made for them, and that's when Hans Gruber and his gang come in and basically lock down the hotel, or not hotel, lock down Nakatomi Plaza building, and he decides that he starts hearing the shooting and stuff, and then realizes something crappy's going on here. So I guess you don't necessarily need to make a decision. Sometimes the decision's made for you. So I guess the important part is that there's a point of no return kind of thing, so that it goes to a new direction. So for John, it's he's not John McClane, but for John Thomas, my character, um, he he's at home. He has this boring life. He doesn't have many friends. He's never had a girlfriend. He works at a library. He works for his mother. Lives with his mother. Um, Even though really his dad died, so it's not because of a divorce or anything. But his dad died years earlier, so his mom's a widow. And and then this stuff happens to him, and then he's once he goes through the portal. I mean, you could say that's the decision point where he could choose not to go through the portal. Of course, in the game isn't going to give the player the choice of doing it because that's part of the story. The stories that he goes in there. Um, Maybe there's a thing though. Somehow he still needs the ticket if he doesn't have the ticket already, and so part of the gameplay there is John going and getting the ticket, getting the candy bar, whatever. Hmm. Okay, so we're opened. Okay. All right. So that's actually still a good thing. Okay. So far I am in line with my current in line with my current story here. Okay. So now let me go ahead and do the midpoint. So the first plot point is actually getting John into the realm, and once he's got him into the realm, now we have to get from that plot point to the midpoint, the mid turning point. And in this case, it's uh, it's uncovering all the mysteries, right? The mysteries of what's going on, and I still haven't figured out something for John to do, or John or Hubert for that matter to do in this interim period between John coming in and rescuing Princess Karen, which has a lot of the information that they all need. So this is the hard thing about me figuring out what's going on. You know, what does he need to do? What information does he need? Well, as far as the rescue part is concerned, they need to know where the princess is. And now John actually saw her being kidnapped, but he at the time didn't know where or what was going on. He didn't know who she was or anything like that. So maybe at this time Hubert does not even know that the princess has been kidnapped. But if John tells him everything that happened to him up until that point, then he's gonna know who that is and why that is. And so it's now maybe it's not, go to night school and look into stuff. But now at least we have a direction. he needs to find. Um, Maybe he tasks John with going and finding the princess, which is kind of aligns with his goals, anyways. So Hubert does something in the meantime. I don't know what he does in the meantime. Now, remember, Gandalf takes off for years after giving the ring to Frodo, I believe. The other way around. It's when Gandalf. It's when Bilbo gives the ring to Gandalf, and then Gandalf goes and to the libraries and figures stuff out. And in the book, Gandalf is like gone for years. So okay, so we have a goal. John's goal is to figure out what happened to the princess, and maybe that is his only goal from the start. And the night school being the only one that's open, they might know a little thing about princesses. See, so see how this is kind of it's kind of sort of writing itself, kind of, because I'm going, well, okay, so this is what's going to happen, and what's he doing here? What's he got to do here? And then suddenly the thought comes to my mind, well, logically, what would happen is that so John tells Hubert about the princess, and he knows a little bit something. He should know quite a bit about the realm, about what's going on, because he's advisor to the king, and he helped the king start this tourist resort. So Hubert can kind of oversee a lot of stuff. So he should know a lot of the things going on. For instance, Princess Karen coming in to make a speech. Um, so yeah, that I mean that works. Okay. So he did this part, open it up, blah blah blah. Um, Tonight school to get some answers. You can just chant after my assembly. I don't really want my enemies to know what I'm doing. I have an earlier conversation that I had written. Actually, let's sort of get back to that first. Okay, so I need to go down to page 14. Here? Where is okay? 14. All right. Where am I? You're in Shannonlands, my boy. Magical tourist destination for the ridiculously wealthy. Why am I here? I brought you here to help me find out why everything is closed. Why'd you pick me? Nose always in books, no friends. You're in short, perfect. Who are you? Hubert Halfway, half hearted wizard. I unfortunately have only half my magic, and when I say half, I mean quite literally half. Huh? You see, when we marry, we wizards share half of our magic with our spouses, but she divorced me and shared her magic with someone else, which I already said to you. There's not going to be divorce in here, so I don't really know that. That's probably what I intend to find out. What is Enchanted Lands again? A magic kingdom unit. We just had to go into tourism, generate revenue, so we wouldn't have to tax citizens. Now what's happened is it got closed down for the most part. I aim to find out why. The schools are closed up. All hotels and shops are also closed except for the Grand Enchanted Landian, but it's not accepting guests right now. Also, a vampire friend of mine runs a small motel just outside of Wizardland. And I put Wizardland in there because that's where Wizard University is located. So, okay, Wizardland, Fairy Godland, Nightland, and Princess Land. Sounds kind of dumb, but maybe it also sounds funny in a way. What do you want me to do again? Start by going to the Knights Academy and then Princess Prep. It's supposed to be Princess Prep, not Prince Prep. Princess Prep. Here's a map, but only half of it works at a time. I will check Fairy Guy College and Wizard U. Okay, so he wants John to go into the Knights Academy and to Princess Prep just to figure out what's going on, and Okay, so that's not too bad of a plan. But right now, it seems like the princess will be the most important thing right now, especially since she was kidnapped for whatever reason, a reason that they probably don't know yet. If John tries to walk through, the guards will lower their weapons, will not allow him to pass. John talks to one, he talks to both. So there's a closed sign nailed to the gate. Question: how do I get in? Answer one: you don't. And then the other one says, if you're not already in there, you don't belong there. Why can't I go in? Can't you read the sign? That's what it's there for. So, fellas, why is it closed? That's obvious, isn't it? Uh, because someone closed it? Is there a way in there? The first one says, through us. The second one said, but we won't let you through. Uh, what would it take for you to let me in? A lot. Actually, we let no one through. At this time, there are NPCs walking in and out. How come you let them through? Who? You must be mistaken. I saw no one. John gets red in the face with anger. How can you not see these people? Uh, these helmets don't help our vision much. Why don't you ask them? John is now hopping mad. I can't because you won't let me in. Recomposing himself. How can I ask them if I can't get in the first place? The first one answers, why are you asking riddles? Might as well ask why is Raven like a writing desk? And some of you may know where that's from. I don't know. I think of these little different things, mostly from watching cartoons and whatever. Um, the second one answers, maybe they can give you some ideas, gesturing the NPCs going in and out. And then, so John says, well, can you at least tell me who closed the school and why they did it? And then the first one answered, we could. And so the other one said, but we don't want to. And then it says, if you see, this was a walkthrough that I was starting to do. And so this is one of the quote unquote puzzles. If you just observe the guards before and after the conversation, they start talking about how they like chocolate and the precarious nature of their armor. Occasionally, the armor shudders a bit, as if it's hanging on loosely. Remembering you still have the chocolate bar. Ah, so you need the chocolate bar in the land. That's pretty good. I figured that out. Probably still have to, if I'm going to include the scene, I probably have to include it in the Choose Your Own Adventure version too. Just obviously as just a narrative though. Okay, you saw the chocolate bar. If you offer one of the guards a piece, the visor lifts. A beak pops out quickly and snatches it. Then eyes appear in the visor and look back and forth. And then, as the quote unquote guard starts munching on the chocolate, his armor starts to shake. And it starts looking like the armor is propped up on something. As you offer pieces of chocolate to the guards, they eventually shake the armor off to reveal two perches with parrots on them. John is then easily able to walk through. So basically, they don't have their armor, and so basically, they were fake guards. They weren't really guards. And I thought this would be kind of a cute way to get in, just to get in. Nice Academy is set up as a bunch of tents, with the biggest one having an enrollment sign on it. Another guard at the opening up to the tent, who appears to be a real person, won't let him in without a badge. With no badges to be had, he must find a souvenir stand and build a mock badge that matches what everyone else is wearing. Then he can go into any tent he wants to. And I'm not sure if there was going to be multiple ways of getting. There might be another way of getting a badge here. There happens to be a knight called Sir Drinks a Lot who's perpetually drunk. If you direct him to the back of the academy, you can get his armor. You may lure him with ale from the concession stand, and since you have no money, you have to tell them to put it on the knight's tab. Here are some of the statements the guards make. Um, so I guess that was another. I guess the idea was to get a disguise. So um, yeah. Then some of the statements the guards make. You look fat. No, you look fat. You eat too much chocolate. No more than you do. Well, you still look fat. It's the armor. It makes me look fat. No, it doesn't. But it's not very high quality, is it? Indeed. Why, just yesterday I nearly shook it all off while I was eating. See, you're kind of giving hints to the player about what can cause it to shake off. I don't know how easy or hard this is. It might be super easy. It doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to put together, but you never know. Then he says, well, you need to be more careful. No, you need to be more careful. Well, you need to lose some weight. I told you it's the armor. Well, you can't expect to buy quality armor on our salary. You don't get paid. You don't get paid well to stand around either. I don't just stand around, I guard. Guard what? Your perch? Squawk. So that's a little hint that it's actually a bird and not a man or a person. You keep quiet about that. As long as you keep quiet. No, you keep quiet. No, you keep quiet. If the armor didn't rattle, I would be quiet. You've never been quiet in your life. Quieter than you. But just yesterday, you made so much noise eating a chocolate bar. Not any more than you. You nearly shook your armor off. You nearly shook your armor off. Oh, just be quiet. You first. Fine, fine. And so, they'll go on this for a while. Probably repeat, I guess, if I use this at all. But okay, so if John chooses the badge solution at the end of the Knights Academy, the player will have to notice some nondescript knight wearing a badge coming in and going as he pleases. If the player speaks to the nondescript knight, he will learn about the badge. Okay, so there is two ways. One is the you can enter the Knights Academy through the guards, if you figure that out. But you can also do it by making a fake badge, and that's probably where you need Sir Drinks-a-Lot's armor because you want to be disguised. Anyways, so hello, who are you? A knight, as you can plainly see. How are you able to go in and out with this badge? Of course, don't you know you can't get in without a badge? Should be without a badge. Uh, can I have yours? No. Where can I get a badge like that? You can't. The school isn't accepting any more applicants. I just want to go in and see what it's like. Is there any way in? Uh, and then I said at this point, for some reason, they didn't continue, so I stopped at that point. Uh, Knights Academy notes, Sword in the Stone, Jousting, Yards of Watches, Concession of the Ale, You Oldie Turkey Legs, Souvenir Stands. I think I already read this. Letterman Armor, Geek Knights, Shock Knights, Goth Knights, Dragon on a Stick. Okay. Goal to get people to join your cause and to get info. I don't know about the joining to get your cause. Basically, right now, we're trying to find out some info. And I didn't know how far to get. You can't be let in unless you want to be a knight, and then you must find your way out. To build a badge, you need to swipe items from the souvenir stand because of no money. To do this, you need to convince the stand owner to take a break. So souvenirs, hats, helmets, buttons, pens, t-shirts, torches, maps, snow globes, a sword and stone, a dragon, knights, castle sculptures, crystal mug, shot glasses, stickers, toy swords, and dragons portrait drawers. A badge consists of a Knights Academy badge and a mini coat of arms with a name. You can make one by getting the Knights Academy shield-shaped button and some stickers for the coat of arms, and you can write your name or possibly get it engraved. I might do the engraving thing. There's if you go to Disney and probably some other theme parks or amusement parks, you can get your name engraved in like shot glasses, and they have in various things. You know, you can have your name sewn in the hats and stuff like that. So you might get to do that there. Okay, so uh, he wakes up and is in John rescues Princess. So all of these are kind of the same thing. I kind of don't have a bridge. I mean, I don't have the to do to go from him entering the land and him rescuing the princess because he needs some information to rescue the princess. And at one point, the count was going to turn into a bat and get some information that she was captured and in the cellar of in the Enchanted Landian at some point. Okay, so basically, I I guess I'm not wasting time, but I'm kind of wasting time, I guess, because I'm trying to get to a point of where I'm trying to decide. Okay, so now I've decided that so I've decided to maybe I should write this. Gato early that bull crap this thing with Redot, and because um it's new and I wanted to start with something new because what? Because I'm learning how to make my game at the same time as learning how to use Redot. So just a choice. It's not like I need a specific reason. Anyways, eventually John relents. Okay. Um, okay, I'll just go ahead and I was gonna go ahead and rewrite the I was going to rewrite the conversation, but I guess I like this conversation. Okay, I don't need to use the old one. Maybe it's not really. Um, and so instead of just straight up, let's see. John then relates all of the events that happened to him when he got there. When he came to the princess, whom he just thought was a beautiful woman, Hubert uh, realized she was the princess from Verdance. I don't know if I do Verdance with A and C E, Verdance. Maybe that's what it is. That she was a princess from Verdance, scheduled to make a speech at Princess Prep. Um, okay. Um, yeah, I just thought of something because what I did the conversation up here isn't what you do even when you're writing even in a book. You put each person's statement on a new line, but I just did this just to, I don't know, keep it compressed. But at this point, Hubert's got to talk to John and talk to him about the princess. Okay. Um, that must be Princess Karen from Verdance, said Hubert. I think we need to find her first, as they thought her important enough to kidnap. Um, I'll get right on that. Get right on that, Chief. Maybe I'll start calling everybody nicknames. Get uh, no doubt to help me, correct? Um, yeah, sure. Help you. He then uh, to night school and princess prep to get some answers. So she's important somehow. They don't know how. We know how because I said it in here. Okay, so now again, I don't know what he's going to do at the night school. Okay, so at this point, I'm saying this has got to be this is going to be a narrative. This is what happens. This is not based on like multiple options. Like um, should be based purely on what option it's going to take. So, does John go into does John try to get into the school, the night school? What was I trying to say? Does John try to get into night school by consulting the guards, or does he get into night school by making a fake badge? And this can only be one. That now in the game itself, it doesn't have to be only one. In fact, maybe I should just do that in like a notes, right? I put notes in here, right? I put these in here. So if I put a note here, first thing John does is find a way to get into the onto the school grounds. By observing the guards and various knights and others going in and out, he devises his way in. And I know this isn't like good English or good writing or whatever, but that doesn't really matter because I'm not writing a book, and we'll straighten things out as I write them for the actual game. So at this point, there are two ways in. One being you have to get the guards to do something to let you in. And I guess I'll just go ahead and put the spoiler here because I'm not stopping you from. Here, let's put a space after it. I'm not trying to stop you who are listening to this from knowing what the solution is. To John finds out the guards aren't really guards at all, but a couple of parrots on their perch on the bridges with armor and holding swords. The only way to get them to shed their armor is by offering them chocolate. And you can only figure this out by listening to their conversation and talking to them. The second way is to fake a badge and a suit of armor by watching knights go in and out with their badges. And I don't really know how it's going to manifest itself too when I make the game, because you're going to go and maybe you'll see it, but you're not going to really know what the badges are. So somehow you're going to have to ask somebody, or somehow it's going to got to clue you in. Uh, maybe the parents have to actually tell you uh, that you need a badge to get in. Um, let's see. Uh, you might also get the parrots to tell you a bit about the badges, and okay, and I guess I'll just leave it at that, because the actual implementation is going to be later. It's not even going to be in this choose your own adventure here. Although I might go ahead and put both ways in, though, by the choices. You can make a choice. You can choose to approach the guards, or choose to find a way of getting a badge. Okay, so now he's on the grounds. Now I don't really know what to do. So somehow he's got to. Okay, Princess Prep might be a good place to start. But right now you're in night school, Knights Academy, and I'm not sure. I guess I have to figure out what information he's going to get from here. What is he going to get from night school, and what is he going to get from Princess Prep? Princess Prep is closed, so he might not get anything from Princess Prep. Might not be able to find his way inside it. And maybe I should just kind of leave it that way. So, I mean, I could add that in there, but maybe he should only. Um, Sorry, I'm yawning again. Apologies. Um, so what he needs some special information. Um, the first information is okay. So maybe I have to put in a second note here. This um, possible information. Okay. After going in, he looks around and sees several tents. Several knights are walking around. Even in the various cliques, like those formed in school, are uh, are on display. There are a few what looks to be princesses. Um, Admiring the jock knights as they flex and brag. So you're gonna have some guys, going in like flexing, sort of like you would flex with muscles, but they'll have armor on, but they'll be like, posing and stuff. and you'll see these princesses, like filling their biceps and talking and whatever. Um, the goth knights. Maybe should make them emo knights. That might be funnier. Maybe there are some nerd or geek. We'll say geek, I guess. I prefer nerd in term, but we'll say geek here. Some geek knights. Uh, they're high tech abacuses. I don't know how you pluralize abacuses. There we go. High tech abacuses. Uh, some wearing glasses, actually wearing tape of glasses over their helmet. Uh, and some uh, wearing pocket protectors on their armor, all wearing armor. Um, let's see. They tend to have giant letters on the back of their armor. They're gonna be wearing armor, and you're gonna have like a Letterman sweater, right? But it's a piece of armor. Uh, then you're going to have the Babe Knights. Now, um, there's a little tricky bit in here because I was just thinking it would be funny, and so these would be like they'd be girls that are knights, um, but their armor would be like pink and like pastel colors, and they would have I don't know, maybe they'd have purses or something like metal purses that look like part of their armor, stuff like that. Um, wearing pastel colored armor and um, and gossiping. So I don't know if this is just a joke where it's just like you see him, having nothing to do with anything, like you can't talk to him maybe. Uh, and a lot of these maybe you'll actually go to these different clicks and or clicks, and maybe they'll be maybe they won't talk to you. You'll attempt to talk to them, and you won't be able to get information. Okay, possible information that John can gather. The purpose of uh, uh, why this why all the other schools are closed except for this, and let's see. Um, some nights are sparring, but seem to be actually uh, inflicting damage on each other. Not very welcoming for tourists. But then again, you don't think you see any. Okay. The schools closed for this. Are they actually training for real? Let's see what else. Um, we need to know where the princess is. Maybe you don't get to go into Princess Prep, or maybe you do, and maybe it's still closed up, though. Not sure. Um, John can ask about Princess Karen. What does he find out about the princess, though? Does he find out where she's at, or is that the count as a bat? Does he do that? I'm not really sure. Not really sure. John can get it. Why are all the other schools are closed except for this? Are they actually training for real? John can ask about Princess Karen. Uh, and they say rumor has it she's say she hasn't shown up, but that it's okay because the school is closed. He may ask the few princesses there how to get into Princess Prep, even though it's closed. Okay, so that's kind of weak right now. I'm not really sure how to proceed because we still need to. Okay, so John is gonna go there. He's gonna end up getting into Princess Prep, which is actually closed down. So it's just a matter of kind of like breaking in somehow. Uh, that's why he's asking uh, how to get into it. Let's see, whatever kind of information did John gather? Um, what about he can ask about the dragons and why they seem to be attacking villages? Um, that could be some information he gets. I don't know. I can't think. I gotta think about it for a little bit. I think. Here, let's switch back to webcam here. That way I can look at the screen here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take a little break here. Let's see. My recording's an hour and a half, and I've been on the stream for 2 hours. I haven't actually been streaming for 2 hours exactly. I mean, I have though, really. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take a break here. I'm going to here. Let's stop the recording for a sec, and let me switch over to my please wait sign so I can take a little bit of a break, stretch my legs a little bit. I'm gonna try to get back soon. You know how it always goes, where I say I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes and then it takes an hour. I'm gonna try not to take that long. So we'll see. Thanks for watching or listening thus far, and I'll be back in a little bit. Oh, okay, there I am. Okay, so like, oh, oh, I forgot. Let's see something. Let me check properties. It seems like I always have to reset these. Here. Let me show you on desktop. Let's go to desktop. Okay, so you can see here. Um, okay, so I have these settings, right? Um, we have white balance automatic. We have auto exposure manual mode versus like aperture priority setting or something like that. Exposure dynamic frame rate. This might have been what was screwing up my hey, oh, how come that's weird. Okay. Uh hey, maybe. Um okay, so the only reason I'm saying this is because I go in here and when I like move my head or whatever or change the orientation, the light seems to change. And why is it not? No, it's doing it. Like if I do like that, it lightens up or darkens up depending. And I don't have any of the automatic stuff on right now, so it seems like I have to change it every single time. So I usually just do this. I turn everything on auto. That aperture priority mode, which I have no clue what that is. White balance automatic. Okay, and then here let's do it. Okay, and then let's go to properties and let's turn it back off now. Turn that back off. You can tell it looks a little pinker now because the way I have the white balance temperature. Turn this off. Focus continuous and okay. Now let's go back to webcam and see when I do it. No, it still does it. Huh, weird. It doesn't usually do that when I do that. I fix it when I turn it when I turn everything off. You might say this weird. It shouldn't change anything, any brightness or nothing because everything. Oh, we got aperture priority mode. That might be something. Aha. Uh-huh. Okay. Just like I said, but maybe that's the only setting I need to do the next time. Anyways, sorry about that. Let me get back to. And again, I don't really have that much time now because it's almost 4 here, but we're gonna try to do something. Okay, let's close all there. Um, Found out that Linux Mint is a little tricky because Canon does not support Linux Mint, at least not with the printer we have is a Pixma MX492, and I guess it's kind of old now. I think we've had it for a while now, but it seems like a pain to get working in Linux. But I did find one site that showed you how to do it, at least on regular Mint. I don't know about Debian edition, but we'll see because it might be just the Debian version of the drivers or something. But supposedly it was like in Canon Asia or something, and there's a link, and it was the only link that actually had drivers that works in Linux. So we'll try to do that. Hook up our printer, network printer. In any case, get back to the get back to the thing. You know the thing. Okay, so what do we got? Possible information that John can gather while the schools are closed. Several tents, knights walking around. Um, okay, so I wonder. I'm gonna try something. Let's pull up Redot because even though I wasn't actually planning on firing it up, I figured maybe I should do a little bit in there, and just so like I'm still like going forward. The whole point the whole point of these this video, even the streaming part, even though I haven't actually gotten any updates edited yet completely and going, is to show progress, right? And if I'm just like doing the same thing over again, that's not progress. So here, let's do that. Let's enchant lands. Let's edit, and let's look at where we're at here. Let's go ahead and do a quick run through of just a current thing here. So start Hebert here. Goes home, steps through the door, small foyer, medium-sized table. If you wish to go to the study, you wish to go to the hat room, you wish to examine the book of spells. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see if we can do one, and it'll just be adding a description, so it won't even be really doing that much work or anything. Okay, so no one is really what did you do? Try to go to different school. Need to get outside help. Now let's see what we got here. He would try to go to different schools are all closed except night school. You can get any answers there. Trying to go to restaurants, so you don't help. Goes to his home, steps through the front door, small foyer. Okay. Arrived at home, work up a method getting help to John after visiting Cerulia. And I'm just naming that because I based off of color to make it, our realm of Cerulia is because the Earth is basically blue when it's in space. It looks like a blue marble or something, and it doesn't mean that all realms are like planets and stuff. They're kingdoms and stuff, but our world is on Earth here. So I spotted the name of John. I wanted to also didn't decided to open a portal. Okay. So okay. So he actually visits. He visits Cerulia. Okay. So how can we work that in here? He doesn't need the hats for going to the hat room, picking up a few candidates. So do sleeping spell on the manager. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so the question is, how does he go to the different realms? And we know that has something to do with the Quicksilver, so he can do that. And we should also realize here. Actually, let me start a recording here because if I'm going to make any progress here. Okay, so his problem is half of his magic doesn't work, or part of his magic, depending on what's going on. But that you don't need to be able to cast a spell. Pardon me. You don't need to be able to cast a spell to actually go into a different realm. You just need the Quicksilver, and I guess because of the way I wrote before, there's some words. There's some words that John says. So let's actually go to that part of the text here to see what I wrote down for that. So let's see. I know I should probably add more to the story, but I just want to look like I want to feel like I'm progressing. So we're gonna add like a description or something. Pointy hat, pointy hat, pointy hat, pointy, 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 pointy. Where am I? Let's go back here. John Fallen comes left, open up. He's walking away. Okay. In the fine print, and just please say the words. Please take me into Enchanted Lands. Manacles really short. So apparently, the magic works based on intention. if you want to go somewhere, the ticket will let you go there. Uh, Now, I don't know how to logically work this because Quicksilver is only for Enchanted Lands, so I have a feeling that this wouldn't take you anywhere else but that. Um, so, so that's what Hubert needs to do, right? So, let me look here. Small 48, there's this book of spells here, and then there's the hat room, and then there's the study, and let's think. The hat system is going to be a separate deal for different spells. So let's see. Okay, so we're gonna add the hat room description on here. So let's go to Redot, and even though I didn't, okay. So he just, hold on a sec. Click on the spell book. Can go to the hat room. Okay, so he's not gonna actually pick up a few candidates here. Okay. So let's go to maybe he needs a bag to hold stuff in. I'm not doing inventory, but uh, he's gonna need a way to carry the hats around, especially if he needs to do spells with them. And it seems like a very cumbersome way to actually do spells is with a hat system. I just thought when I thought it up, I just thought, remember when Loom had you do notes in a certain order, certain tune that would do different spells, and you could come up with spells by uh, coming up with the notes in the right order. And I was thinking, you know what? We'll do that, but we'll do that with hats. So I'll have a bunch of hats stacked on his head to be able to do various spells, and maybe in the final game, he'll be able to travel to his hat room at will. Um, Maybe in fact it's kind of convenient because if Quicksilver on your person and your intent or wish to go somewhere in Enchanted Lands gets you to travel there by Quicksilver, then he should be able to go anywhere in Enchanted Lands instantly, and that will be a thing that you'll get to do as long as he has a some piece of Quicksilver on him. It could be a rock, it could be a coin, it could be another ticket, it could be anything. It could be sewn into the lining of his regular hat. It could be sewn in the lining of his coat. It doesn't really matter that much. It's just so yeah. Okay, so let's go to the hat room. And what do I have? Here you see a multitude of hats. You try some on. And notice that some of them are really silly. So you take them off and then wait. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Um, I'm not going to describe a lot of hats in here because I'll have to think up hats, the types of hats, and then I'll have to come up with a spell system. In other words, when there's new spells and you need a hat, and I might make it if you're playing Hubert during the game. I'm talking about the end result, not this choose your own adventure thing. But when you have actual inventory and stuff, I'm going to I'm going to have it to where certain hats do certain things, and then you can kind of generate spells from it uh, based on what you. Anyways, there'll be hats throughout the kingdom. Like everybody be wearing a hat. Not everybody be wearing a hat. Some people will be wearing a hat, and uh, he'll be able to take it and use it for a spell. Um, Anything you wear in your head, so that could include a helmet, like from a suit of armor. Um, but anyways, So you take them off. Okay, so uh, he tries them on in front of the mirror on the wall. And notice most of them are really silly, so you take them off. Okay. Okay, in here you said a multitude of hats. So okay, let's do something here. Give me a sec. Okay, so we're gonna write a new description. We're gonna say, here you are in the gigantic hat room. Hat room. And I think I'm gonna make it super big. It's gonna have like walls and walls and walls of hats, you know. And then it's gonna have closets, and the closets are gonna have hats in them. And then, uh, okay, so let's just come up with something. Okay, so on the left, okay, so okay, let's save this. Let's go to the start here. Okay, so where is the hat room? Uh, to the right, looks like a room full of silly hats adorning the walls. Okay, so to the right. So you're going to the right. I'm just doing this as an orientation here. So um, on the left wall as you enter in. Um, so I guess what I'm thinking of is I'm thinking of that the wall is right next to the door. So the door is actually next to the wall, next to the left wall. So on the left wall, uh, as you enter in, um, you notice uh, several shelves with hats all across it. In front of you stands a small table, like the one in the foyer, with a single blue pointy hat. In other words, a wizard's standard wizard's hat. Okay. Behind the table is a mirror about half. Mirror is a half height mirror from which to view your stylish headpieces. Okay. So, and I just say half height. Half height is arbitrary. Basically, it just means it's not a full body, not the full length of your body. It's just like the upper part, right? The upper part, your head and stuff. Um, um, okay. To the right of the mirror is uh, is a wall with more shelves and more hats. Okay, so it's gonna have closets and stuff. I don't know. I might make it to where you have to go in to find a particular hat. You know, I'm not gonna use all the hats there, but I'm gonna display all the hats. But we'll see. Um, um, in the middle is we'll say a long wall, a wall twice as long as the left wall, with more shelves and more hats. In the middle of the north wall are what appear to be handles. Uh, uh, Hubert pulls the handles forward and then pushes them to the side to reveal a large closet, almost as large as the hat room itself. Inside, even more head pieces. I stand in the middle of the closet is is several dozen hair pieces. Now, of course, being a wizard and being old, he's probably going to be bald. I mean, they're not always bald, obviously, but he's probably going to be bald. But that's not what the hair pieces are for. The hair pieces act like hats. So anything you can put on your head, pretty much, even a shoe or a book or whatever, if you can wear it on your head, you can use it as you can use it for magic, or he can use it for magic. Uh, Several dozen hair pieces. Okay, and another mirror. There's another mirror, this time on the right wall of the closet. After examining the closet, he closes it and then looks at the right wall of the hat room, which has more shelves and more hats, and a door in the center. I don't know about the door. A door in the center. And a door in the center. Okay, so I'm just going to not worry about the door to the center. Maybe I'll add it though. See that a door in the center. Okay. Okay. So really all I did here was I changed the description of the hat room. So let's just play it real quick. I am on desktop here, right? Yes, I am on desktop. Good, good, good. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run it real quick. When to start. If you wish to go to the hat room, hit 2. And here you got a gigantic wall. On the left wall, you enter, there's several shelves, hats all across in front of you. Sends a small table like the one in the foyer with a single blue pointy hat. In other words, a standard wizard's hat. Behind the table is a half-height mirror from which to view your stylish headpieces. To the right of the mirror is a wall twice as long as the left wall with more shelves and more hats. In the middle of the north wall are what appear to be handles. Hubert pulls the handles forward, then pushes them to the side to reveal a large closet, almost as large as the hat room itself. Inside, even more headpieces on the stand in the middle of the closet is several dozen hairpieces. There's another mirror, this time on the right wall of the closet. After examining the closet, he After examining the closet, he closes it. He then looks at the right wall of the hat room, which has more shelves and more hats and a door in the center. Okay, 0 to quit. Okay, so this. Okay, so the first thing. Let's see. Where's the closet? Uh, closet. Large closet. There we go. Okay, so uh, hit 1 to go back to the. And actually, what did I call the start here room? Is it just it's just start here, right? Um, and actually, one of the things I should have done here is this is the starting screen. This is the main menu. This is a starting screen, and it automatically goes into Harold's uh, Harold's house. So let's do something here. Where? Okay, so where? I want his house to be a house. Um, let's think here. Go to the hat room. One to go back to. Let me think for a second. We're gonna have a location, which is this house, outside the house. Let's think. Actually, where is this house? This house, I guess, will be in Wizardland, right? The Wizard area where Wizard University is. I'm not. I think that's where. Okay, so on the outskirts is the Bats and Belfry Motel, or at least in one of my iterations. So let's think. Let's do something like here. Let's copy. If I copy this, is this going to copy the sub rooms in here? Let's see here. Um, paste. Yes, it is though, isn't it? Okay, but that's kind of all right because these are going to be the same here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to delete this. Okay. Delete this. Okay. And delete that. Okay. Start here, and start here. Okay. So, Study Hat Room Book of Spells, that's already in there. Start here is going to be this one. And okay, so where we're going to start is we're going to start in the middle. Okay, let's delete. Wait a minute. General, let's see, trying to get the restaurant here, realize you couldn't trust anyone here. Okay, so we are going to start it here. Delete. Okay, and we're going to say, let's see, start here, start here. Hubert halfway. The wizard with only half of his magic is only half of his magic is what? What was I gonna call it? Let's go back to here. Let's go back up to the locations here. Main Street. The Renaissance Fair. Okay, Renaissance Fair. Copy. Okay, so the Renaissance Fair is where we're gonna start, right? We're not gonna start on quote unquote, the hub or whatever. We're gonna start at the beginning here. Halfway, the wizard with only half of his magic is standing at the Renaissance Fair. You know what? I might just put the Harry Potter joke in there anyways. Otherwise known as Orthogon Alley. Okay. And we're gonna assume that when people get into Enchanted Lands, they get there. They go there. They go there normally so they can check into hotels and stuff. I think. Actually, they end up going into the administration castle to get their to get their tickets, right, to go into the resort and to the hotels and stuff, and then they're sent to the Renaissance Fair. So okay, which is basically the street with all of the shoppies, and hotels and restaurants. Okay. And instead of the castle being in the center like it would be in a like a Disney park, at the far end of the street, and let's not capitalize that one. At the far end of the street, is what looks to be almost like a mini castle, but is in actuality the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel. I might do the thing where it's like open, but it's not open. In other words, it's not accepting guests. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. Okay. So, okay, so okay, so how do I describe this? Because basically what's going to happen is Harold's standing here, and he's going to go to his home. But it's going to be like a choice. Like, do you want to go to his home, or do you want to go to this, or you want to go to that? Okay, we'll just do it like this. Hit 1 if you wish to visit Hubert. And I know I say Harold sometimes because originally he's going to be Harold. In fact, his last name's going to rhyme with Potter, but he didn't want to get into copyright infringement, so he called himself Halfway, because of half of his magic being taken, and so his name was going to be. Actually, it wasn't going to be part. It was going to rhyme with. No, no. The joke was that it rhymes with like Rotter or something, you know. And so it was going to be kind of a joke, but I decided not to do that joke. Uh, Hubert's what was I going to call it? His home, his abode, Hubert's abode. Just to do it. If you wish to visit Hubert's, hit one. If you wish, hit. We'll do it like this. One. If you wish to visit Hubert's abode, hit 0. Quit. I almost should put 0 as in 0, as in spell out 0 to quit. Okay, we'll do it like that. All right, we'll put a space there. Save it. Okay, and this is the start here. So the start here is that, well, should actually be down here, shouldn't it? This is actually his house here. Okay, let's go to, let's call it something different than start here. Let's call it, half, let's call it halfway house. Like this, halfway house. Okay, we'll call this halfway house. And we'll call this, we'll rename it to halfway house. That. Okay. And then this welcome to Enchanted thing, I'm just going to delete that. All in cast one day, we're going maybe I should put this in the start here, though. Maybe I should re-add this part to. Okay. We'll do it that ways. Okay, so we'll go back to the start here, and start here is we'll do this. B. You need to get some outside help. Okay, the wizard with only half his magic. It's probably redundant. I'm just gonna leave it in just because I want to get this part done here to get back to the story part. Hit 1 if you wish to go to his abode, and then halfway house like that, and then this we're going to clear, and this we're going to clear. So now main menu, we go to the start here, welcome to Enchanted Lands, go to his house, halfway house, okay, and then 1 if you wish to go to the study, hat room, whatever, and now we're in the hat room. To go back, to go back to the foyer of the house. Just to the foyer. How about that? Hit 1 to go back to the foyer. And we're going to do this like this. We're going to put this in quotes. Might should do single quotes, but I'll do this right now. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. 0. That. 0 to quit. Okay. Now, choices. Now we don't go. Now we go this to halfway house. Wait a second. Were you in the hat room? Okay, something's not right. Start here. Halfway house. Okay. Choices. Go to study, go to the hat room. Study. Anything in the choices for the study? Huh, that is weird. Okay, well, let's just correct all these at once, right? Okay, so this one, this, 0, to quit, hit 1, to go back to the foyer. And the foyer is actually his house, so let's go and put halfway house like that. Save it. Here, like that. Let's just do this, and let's do this. Control C. Okay. Hat room, it should be there. Yep. And then book of spells. We're gonna do the same way. Control V. That's weird. I didn't realize that. Now none of these actually worked. You think clearing it? You think the trash would just clear it, or do you think it would actually remove an entry? What if I did? It removes an entry. Uh-oh. Not do that. Okay, that's all right. A halfway house and delete. Okay. So now we can go back to the foyer of each one of these, and we can hit 0 to quit like normal. Study. Halfway house. Now we're in the foyer. Okay. So let's see if we can traverse this scene here, like so. I'm going to start. Welcome to Shadowlands. Take a magic vacation, slay a dragon, rescue a princess, become a great and powerful wizard, stay at one of many fine hotels. Anything is possible. This is what the brochure says. Shadowlands, a magical resort kingdom, is not doing so well. The king seems to be acting strangely. Enchanted Enterprises has been bought out by Enchanted Holdings Inc. Administration has closed various magical training schools, and a dark presence has returned from vanished realms. There's no one that can solve these mysteries. Will the schools ever reopen? Will there be any more? I can't ever say this because it's like a tongue twister or whatever to me. Will there ever be any more stupendous vacation deals? Stay tuned. Okay, Hubert Halfway is your standard old wizard. No one knows his real age, but he has a long white fluffy beard and is currently sporting a pointy blue hat. While in the castle one day, that is the administration castle where Enchanted Lands is run, he overheard a familiar female voice speaking to some other male regarding buying up lands. When he went to the king about it, the king simply dismissed it. In fact, he acted rather cold toward Hubert, even though they'd been friends a long, long time. Hubert tried to go to the different schools, but they were all closed, except the night school. All except night school, and he couldn't get any answers there. Trying to go to any restaurant or hotel also yielded no help. He realized he couldn't trust anyone almost except one old friend, so he decided he needed to get some outside help. He was halfway the wizard with only half his magic, and that's a little redundant, but we'll fix that later. It's standing at the Renaissance Fair, otherwise known as Orthogon Alley, which is basically the street with all the shops and hotels and restaurants. The far end of the street is what looks to be almost like a mini castle, but is in actuality the Grand Enchanted Landing Hotel. Hit 1 if you wish to visit Hubert's abode. Hit 0 to quit. Okay, so let's go to 1. Okay, Hubert goes to his home, steps to the front door to a small foyer where a medium-sized table sits in the middle of the floor, and on top is a large book that reads Book of Spells. Walking to the table, he looks to the left to see the study. To the right, he sees what looks like a room full of silly hats adorning the walls. To the north is the rest of the house, but knowing he's got to get busy, he decides he's not going through the rest of the house. The important things are either in the study or in the hat room. If you wish to go to the study, hit 1. Hit 2 if you wish to go to the hat room. Hit 3 if you wish to examine the Book of Spells. Hit 0 to quit. I can fix that too a little bit later by adding the quotes. I might do single quotes by adding the quotes and then adding 0 and then whatever. Okay, so let's go to the study. Here you see tons of books and you start to look through them. Hit 1 to go back to the foyer. So there's books in the study, obviously. Hit 1 to go back to the foyer. Okay. And that's because it's the parent one, and it always looks for the parent first. The parent is where you came from. Okay, let's go to the Book of Spells. Here on the table before you use the Book of Spells. As you open it, you notice it's full of nothing but pictures of silly hats. Hit 1 to go back to the foyer, 0 to quit. And now let's go to the hat room. Here you are, the gigantic hat room. On the left wall as you enter in, you notice several shelves with hats all across it. In front of you stands a small table like the one in the foyer with a single blue pointy hat. In other words, a standard wizard's hat. And actually, it can't be on his head and also at the same time on the table. But that's we'll fix that later. It's not really important right now. Behind the table is a half-height mirror from which to view your stylish headpieces. To the right of the mirror is a wall twice as long as the left wall, with more shelves and more hats. In the middle of the north wall are what appear to be handles. He pulls the handles forward and pushes them to the side to reveal a large closet almost as large as the hat room itself. Inside, even more headpieces. On the stand in the middle of the closet, several dozen hairpieces. And there's another mirror, this time on the right wall of the closet. After examining the closet, he closes it, and then he looks at the right wall of the hat room, which has more shelves and more hats, and the door in the center. Hit 1 to go back to the foyer. Aha, it's not working. Okay, so there's something I didn't do right. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go back to the hat room. Yes, because I didn't fix the choices in the hat room, which is kind of weird, but there we go. Halfway house. Okay. Thing here, delete. Thing here, delete. So save. And let's run through this thing again real quick. And I don't have to read it. I'll just do this here. Okay. Visit Hubert's abode. Visit the hat room. Go back to the foyer. Visit the hat room. 0 to quit. And Bob's your uncle. Alrighty. So now at least that makes it feel like I've actually done some work on the game itself, right? Because we filled an extra room. Maybe we'll do the study next. I'm not sure because what he's going to get from there is he's going to get the thing that allows him to go into our realm. And maybe, see, I don't know how the whole thing about the Quicksilver works, because it'll allow you to transport yourself through various areas of the lands if you have it on your person, and it'll also allow you to open a portal somewhere else to another realm. But maybe you have to do something special to do that. I know there were words on the ticket that said, take me to Enchanted Lands, Magical Resort. So maybe maybe it can allow you to go to any realm, but only opens one portal or something. Maybe that's how it works. I'm not really sure yet. I have to figure that out. Okay. So let me switch to here. Let's switch to this for a second. And okay, I'm still recording. Okay, good. Let's go back to this. And what time is it? 4:21. I'll probably have to call it quits here in just a sec. Let's see if there's something else we can add really quick. Okay, so possible information John can gather. Why are these schools closed except for this? Are they actually training for real? John can ask about Princess Karen. Say she hasn't shown up, but that's okay because the school is closed. He may ask a few princesses here, there, how to get into Princess Prep even though it's closed. He can ask about the dragons, why they seem to be attacking the villages. Okay. Okay, so let's go. Okay, somebody's got to be running the Knights Academy or the night school, and I'm gonna have to figure out. Okay, so first I'm gonna have to figure out what kind of tents are there, and what are where. So you're gonna have you're gonna have you're gonna have an area where they're testing combat. You're gonna have the jousting arena. you're going to have, what else? You're going to have certain areas for fighting. In other words, for sword fighting or using their weapons or whatever. Whatever knights do, you're going to have, because it's a school, it's going to be set up like a school. And that means that one of the tents is going to have a school in it. I guess what I should do is I should make another like note thing. I know I'm actually not writing story here, but we're gonna do a little descriptive here. So night school. I don't know if a night school is going to be one word or two words. Consists of okay, so it's consists of the barracks. Maybe it's two, I forget. Barracks, okay. Which are okay, so the barracks are going to be, they're going to be several tents, right? So it's sort of like military, but it's also sort of like a school, right? Or like a military school or something. Uh, Night school consists of the barracks, which are in several tents. There's a jousting arena, a man-to-man combat arena. What else? I don't know about knights that shoot arrows, because that's a military thing. We're not talking about that. We're talking about knights. So only okay. The mess tent where food is served. Let's see what else. What else will we have in it? Um, let's see. Several tents for various what do you call it? Disciplines? Like maiden saving and dragon slaying. Maiden saving, dragon slaying, what else? I can't think of anything else right now. I mean, there's got to be more. There's the main tent where you enroll in night school. At the entrance to the grounds are two armored guards arguing with each other, but standing in place. There are various souvenir stands, and food carts. various souvenir stands and food carts around the entrance. Let's see. Inside in front of the main tent. Is a bare patch of ground where several groups of students loiter about. Okay, and I guess I'll leave it like that. I don't know if that should be part of the actual daily because we're describing it. So so when John gets there, maybe I have to write what he's looking at and based on this or something. I guess we'll see the next time, which is going to be, I don't know, Monday, right? Monday. And we'll see how that works out. Because tomorrow I'm going to be doing some editing. And hopefully I'll be getting that first update edited and finished. I won't be uploading them until I get caught up, and I may not get caught up for a while. Unless my second update video is quicker to make. If it is, then I can start. Maybe I can do two at a time, just so I can catch up to where I am. Because what I'm gonna do there is I'm going to speed up the whole video. I'm gonna provide a voiceover showing what I did on those days. And then edit, and hopefully it will take less time to edit that together. Anyways, so here we go. So what did I get done today? That's great. What I got done today was we did put some detail here. We added to the story, sort of. We didn't add that much to the story, but most of this is like notes. For instance, about John getting into the night school, and then what's there, right? This is where what he's seeing here, and then this is a note about what kind of information he can gather while he's there, and then this is an actual description. So I'll probably go in and kind of streamline it. Maybe I'll take this out of this special note thing, and just actually put it up there with what he's seeing up in the above part. But I'll have to do that on Monday as we continue to. So I'm making progress. It's going to be kind of slow progress. I was hoping that I'd be able to get like a narrative going like really fast, but I'm having to think through some of this stuff. I'm having to think of locations and provide a kind of logic. So it's actually taking me a lot longer than I was hoping it would. Not that I thought it would though, because I think I'm giving myself, in the long run, I'm giving myself like a full 5 years to completely finish everything. But this is supposed to not take very long. This initial phase here is supposed to be fairly simple, and yeah. So we're gonna make progress. I actually wrote some of the stuff down. We added to the notes. We added to the narrative, and then I also implemented. Oh, I guess you can't see any of that stuff, huh? Because I'm still on the webcam. Sorry about that. Here, let's show you real quick. Here. So really, all I did is this is all the stuff I wrote earlier, typed in earlier, and this is what I just typed in just now. Night school consists of barracks to several tents. There's a jousting arena, man-to-man combat area, the mess tent, food storage, several tents for various disciplines like main saving, dragon slaying. There's a main tent where you enroll in night school. At the entrance to the ground, there are two armored guards arguing with each other, standing in place. There are various souvenir stands and food carts around the entrance. Inside and in front of the main tent is bare patch of ground where several groups of students, quote unquote, loiter about. Okay, so we did that, and then we did this, where we modified the start here to actually be the main place that you start at, and then halfway house is essentially halfway's house. It's Hubert's house basically, And then we made these. We expanded out the hat room description a little bit. We had these able to go back, and so yeah. Um, so that's all I've got to do for today. And um, so real quick, that um, you do that to go to the daily. Um, I don't have a thing to return to the main deal. What's kind of okay, I guess. Well, if it's where you're gonna start, you should be able to find. You should be able to go back to the You should be able to get back to the start. The foyer is actually halfway house, and the start here is actually outside. In any case, we've got that. We'll go to the hat room. See the hat room. It's got all that stuff there. Go back to the foyer. We can quit. Okay, there we go. So I want to thank you for watching or listening, and I will see you tomorrow for some more editing fun, and then I'll see you next Monday for some more game development. So thanks, and I will see you later. And, okay, let's go back to that. Okay. And yeah, so thanks a lot for watching, listening, whatever, and I'll see you tomorrow.